Hopping in and out there to get Tia closer to the counter. Hey Jacob. Hey Lemna, hey Patrick, welcome in. It's time for the start. Yeah, I think I'd agree on both points. I think this is a much stronger game as a whole, but I do have a soft spot for the first game, and in particular the story and characters. I've never played Lufia 3. The main criticisms I've heard of it are just that it was kind of held back a bit by being released on the Game Boy Color instead of on like the Super Nintendo or PlayStation. Hey, Free Enterprise channel, thank you very much for the raid. What's going on tonight? Was it a Unity race or something? Yes, welcome in everybody. It's getting started with a speedrun of Lufia II, the rarely seen main story run as opposed to the Ancient Cave, which is the far more popular way to speedrun this game, which is basically the built-in randomizer. Hey Lady Laura, is Grunt. Yeah, David, I don't honestly know if I'm going to submit this time. I was kind of hoping I'd be good enough at this run to submit it, but it's not really looking like that's in the cards. Also thinking about submitting Mystic Quest No Shop Glitch, but if that got accepted, that would mean I'd have to practice it instead of working on this run, is kind of my main hesitation there. A lot of activity. Ooh, is in like new runners or new discoveries or something. Off-season clubs announcement. What's going on for off-season? Oh, my pleasure, Ancient Gazelle. Thanks for stopping by. once we get off the starting island, we can actually get into random encounters in the overworld, but there's a, you can't skip those by opening the menu like that. Yeah, I knew there was a randomizer for the first game. The fifth game is the one I know the least about. I mostly know that historically, it's at least speedrun wise, it's been kind of a joke because of some major skip that lets you beat it in like a minute or two. Hey Laura, thank you. To attack. Ah, okay, that's pretty reasonable. Yeah, Wild Sunflower is one of the nice perks about running the full game as opposed to the Ancient Cave is getting to hear the full soundtrack. Hey, Emily, thanks for the luck. Hope your camping was fun and adventuresome. Hey, Normaki, thanks for the luck. I'm sorry to hear that. As I recall, you had a really long haul too, as far as dodging it. You're mending up nicely though. Hey, Binskits, what's the luck? Shoot the enemies in the order I fought them in. I can provide some nice chill Lufia speedrun entertainment while you're recovering. Come on. Exclamation birds, by the way, for my opinion on that that enemy just now. Hey T Murdoch, yes, I fully intend to. Yeah, neaterific. Last boomerang I can use. There'll come a time where I'll start selling some potions to guarantee I can afford enough boomerangs to be able to use them on all of the bird encounters here, but that opens up some more risk of dying to the catfish. Yeah, I mean part of the rule, the first rule of video games too, is that anything that has wings or otherwise can fly is considered a bird for birds or jerks purposes. Which is ironically how the bird killer ability in Final Fantasy IX works too, just because anything that can float is considered a bird. Like Trance Kuja is considered a bird for bird killer purposes. Hey Robostar, what's here? Yep, Big Bat means a lot of sadness while you watch really laggy blood drain animations going off. In particular in the Dark Elves cave and Cave Eblon is the other place where you can get Big Bat. Damage. Thanks, Delicious. Then you can do over 31 with for it. Yep. Okay, good. I got the catfish jewel, which I need to throw away because it's a no manipulation run. That was a nice lake cave, at least. Monkey menu. Yeah, I haven't played any Trails or Kiseki games yet. Thanks, Miro Noob. The only Falcom games that I've played are two different versions of East 3 and East Origins. Yeah, T Murdoch, I learned from watching the Limit Break Trails in the Sky run that Kiseki is kind of a pun in Japanese that means both trails and miracles. So it would be like Kiseki no Kiseki would be Trails of Miracles in Japanese. think that gold split was heavily fueled by getting pretty lucky on the catfish fight, as far as the number of potions I needed to use. Hey, Zazman, come in. Maybe. I didn't know. I knew there was a PS2 version of Romancing Saga, but I didn't know it was getting like a modern remake. That'd be pretty cool, because I know Romancing Sagas 2 and 3 have modern remakes. It's the only one that's still kind of gated by older platforms and lack of English or other language translations is Romancing Saga 1. Oh, I guess that's true, yeah. Unlimited Saga is still only on PS2. Yeah, the only Saga game I've played that doesn't have the words Final Fantasy Legend in the title is Saga Frontier. Like to fix that eventually, but so many games, so little time. I know there's rumors about a HD remake of Saga Frontier 2. There's a whole lot of basis on that, though. Final Fantasy Adventure was actually the first Mana series game. Like Secret of Mana, Trials of Mana. The Mana series basically started as kind of a Gaiden or spin-off of Final Fantasy before becoming its own thing, eventually. Yeah, from what I've seen of Romancing Saga 3, it reminds me a ton of Chrono Trigger, actually. Like a lot of the menu sound effects, at least in the Super Famicom version of Romancing Saga 3, are straight out of Chrono Trigger. Yeah, the only one of those remakes I've actually played is Adventures of Mana. Yeah, this game has a lot of, at least the dungeons, has a lot of inspiration from like A Link to the Past, as far as the kinds of puzzles and tools you get. I think that's a big part of just what gives this game kind of so much charm and uniqueness among the 16-bit RPG library is that you just don't see stuff like this in RPGs. Having a minor glitch here with stepping on that switch, then casting the reset spell, which skips having to actually put a jar onto the switch. Still kind of slowly but surely working on routing and practice stuff, or practice save state making for the latter parts of the game, and then I think my skill on the early part suffers as a result, but once I'm done Then with all the preparations, then it'll be time to just start doing practice runs through individual dungeons to try to level up stuff. Hey, Midland Dweller. A nice one, Angel of Death. Yeah, it's been quite a while since I've done speedruns of Illusion of Gaia, but that was one of my first speed games, actually. Yeah, Thanksgiving plans are basically just it's kind of the usual, just getting together with family. Alright, let's not forget to this time. That cost me a lot of time. Time I run this. And I need to do that first. Boomerang since I didn't use any in the first fight. Probably could have maybe killed both of them with a double spark instead. This dungeon doesn't have a boss. Just need to get to the end. Wily water. Hey, Kepser with mid. Far behind my gold. Get out of here. Kind of a bad menu after Catfish, and then some sloppy movement here and there. It gives us the highest reward. First of many many times I'm going to be using the wrong tool. healing tiles, because there'll be another set of them before the boss anyway. I'd expect my gold crown split probably doesn't do the extra fights in Alon's basement to guarantee having level 8 Tia for Regal Goblin. Horses I fought. Now for one of the most random bosses in the game. He goes to sleep. Okay, hopefully he does not wake up immediately. Did not. The way I can tell if he's still asleep is by his idle movements. If he's just bobbing up and down, he's asleep. And okay, if he's going left and right too, he's awake. Can't play this game too without giving shoutouts to the awesome boss theme. Really a sub 30 Regal Goblin. Nice. Do a bit of safety that I'll eventually cut this out of my route once I've it's gotten like a sub 430 or so, I'd say. Night Magic is the one. Most of this stuff is just to sell. The net result of selling the power brace is that I can afford what I need for the next major dungeon without having to sell the Witch Ring, which gives Tia some extra magic power. Makes her heals a little more potent on the next two bosses. In particular. Yeah, it was a really spicy Regal Goblin fight. It wasn't. I mean, totally perfect would mean that he stays asleep the entire fight, and I never have to do any healing. But that was pretty good for being unmanipulated. Yeah, exactly. Why 2 trips? It's doing that resets my step count for getting into random battles. So optimally, I should never actually see an overworld encounter in the whole run. Strong is the healing spell in this game. Yeah, agreed, Kipsuit. My favorite character in this game, Dakar. He's not only one of the best characters in battle, but he's got a lot of the best lines and cutscenes and stuff too. A little more aggressive with the menu cancels now because Guy is slow and increases my odds of getting ambushed. AGW, yeah. He asks a lot of important questions too, like how somebody can be a flunky for evil deity who has no name. Something I would love to see is a pixel remaster of this game, kind of like the older Final Fantasies have been getting lately. Love to see Mystic Quest get that treatment too. Both cases I think are supremely unlikely, but I can dream. Just like I can dream about there being a modern Quintet Classics collection that includes like both ActRaiser games, Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia, Terranigma, and Robotrek available on modern platforms. Yeah, for sure, Ninja Killer. There's a couple bits of this game's soundtrack that just don't really do a lot for me, but there's nothing that I would say I find bad. Lufia III was the Game Boy Color. I've only played the first two games. I don't really know anything about... Well, I shouldn't say I don't know anything. I don't know a lot about the handheld Lufias. There's one on the Game Boy Color and then one on the Game Boy Advance. And then a remake of this game on the Nintendo DS. Which is it's a very different game. It's more of an action RPG. Yeah, the Lufia 3 I know does continue the Sinistrals storyline, but the Sinistrals aren't really kind of the main focus of the story anymore. Like a new baddie that's gets involved too. Habit of just pressing down instead of A to close and clear that text. There's hint tiles on the walls for a lot of the puzzle rooms. After it's pretty ambiguous what happens to Tia after she leaves. I want to say the DS remake expands on it a bit. Could be wrong though. She never leaves in the remake, okay. Yeah, I do know that she and Dakar end up together in the remake. Yeah, that's one thing I'm really coming to appreciate about this game as a speedrun too, is just how fast it moves. At least the like the dungeon clearing aspects of it. We're not talking like cutscene text mashing. I mean, it's a really fast-moving game as far as just how fast your characters move and how quickly you can get through the dungeons and the boss fights with the right strategies. Not a particularly fast Camus fight so far, though. I mean, having him use Buster Attack now and again is nice because it gives me IP, which I need a lot of especially for Tarantula with Guy. But if he just spams it over and over and over again, that's a problem because it means I don't get to attack very much just without taking risk. It's done literally nothing but Buster Attack and call companions. Yeah, the last time I ran this fight went pretty badly for similar reasons. It was more just non-stop Buster Attack spam, though. Now I'm out of boomers. Finally cooled off on the Buster Attack spam near the end, although having to kill a goon without big boomers really sucks. Yeah, I had 8 and went through all of them. It's not great, too, because it means I have to rebuy those for next dungeon. Money's kind of tight at this point in the run. I was willing to take some more risks of potentially dying to Camus. I could have played a little more aggressively, too, as far as not just double healing every time he did Buster Attack. Like, potentially just heal with Tia and then have Maxim actually attack. The Catfish Jewel lets you use an Earthquake IP ability, which is very effective against Regal Goblin, and you can also sell it for a large amount of money. It's like 3,000 or so, I want to say. It saves a ton of time if you get it, and it's only like, I think it's a 10% drop unmanipulated. So the rules, the community rules for the no manipulation category say that if you get the Catfish Jewel or another kind of drop from a boss, you can't use it. You either have to throw it away or just pretend that it doesn't exist. Yeah, exactly, because it's... I know that the community kind of set the rules like that so that just to discourage people from having to reset over the Catfish Jewel if if they want to try to get a really, really optimized run. I'm totally okay with that. Knocked into the wall and then got stuck the scorpion went up. Making another pit stop into this tower to pick up the chests in Camus' room that my party foolishly left without. Avoid having to watch the animation of those blocks appearing, but if the bug blocks the way, what I can do about it. The main reason I'm doing this is for a weapon called the Fire Dagger, which is really the only way I can safely beat the next boss at these levels. This tarantula really only takes damage from fire. And even though I've got a weak fire spell with Tia, it's not gonna cut it as far as being able to beat Tarantula. Yeah, pretty much every person I've seen play this game casually has had a rough time with Tarantula. Like, it's kind of common to see like a 30+ minute fight, because if you don't think to come back here to get the Fire Dagger and don't equip it for Tarantula, then you just aren't doing much damage. Yes, this is a very fun casual game. Sure. I mean, I personally rank this up there with like Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger as being just a top of the line 16-bit RPG. Yeah, Lufia 1 unfortunately has not aged anywhere near as well as this game has. I like to liken Lufia 1 more to old school Dragon Quest games as far as being just a lot slower paced and grindier than later SNES games like this and Chrono Trigger. It's got a great story and characters, but the pass on this other B fight to save the boomerang. Yeah, in a lot of ways, I think the relationship between the hero and Lufia in Lufia 1 kind of like a prototype of first Lunar game, as far as the male and female lead in that game. Yeah, Lufia's theme, the Perfea, is a good one. You hear it at the very end of this game too. Okay, no, we're not going to battle us the tarantula and have to reset again. Thank you. That's what we primarily do not want to see, so poison shower. I mean, I would think at this point that Lufia 1 has to have like at least a nice quality of life patch or something to reduce the amount of grinding. Oh yeah, or or like if there's a patch that enables retry mode out of the gate, which that quadruples the amount of experience and money you get. In this game, retry mode just makes it kind of a stomp fest as far as you just getting very over-leveled very quickly. Lufia 1, it just makes it so you never have to grind. Probably high potion value, actually. Guy's good on IP, so maybe he doesn't die this turn or something, which he shouldn't. Tarantula can do like over 100 damage. Yeah, for sure, Speedrun. I'd love to see this game get some kind of pixel remaster, but just any means of making it accessible to modern gamers would be great. Getting to use 2 blaze attacks definitely helped there, even though that wasn't like a super amazing tarantula fight. Don't forget to buy the spells, please. Yeah, someone mentioned that in a previous stream too. I would love to see that as far as like realistically a ROM hack of Lufia 2 that makes it kind of turns it into a remake of Lufia 1 and the Lufia 2 engine. Somebody making a hack, I think, is more realistic than there being an official thing. Successfully did not forget to buy the spells. frolicking animation. Square Enix owns the rights to Lufia right now. The only Lufia game that they've actually published, though, is the Nintendo DS remake of this game, Curse of the Sinistrals. Oh, hi Spirits! Thank you very much for the raid, sir. Did we successfully kill Chaos again? Kill Chaos, that's my mission. Thirst, hunger. Smash it. Item. Not to be confused with shop, which does not sell items. Yeah, I really cannot help but wonder how much of Jack Garland was inspired by Duke Nukem. Yep, yep. Like, you are never actually capable of casting the light spell. It's just there for continuity with prologue of Lufia 1. Which one is this? This is Lufia II for the Super Nintendo. Second game in the 6 game, I think, Lufia series. I consider this game one of the best 16-bit RPGs ever made, up there with like Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger. Well, there's a Sinistral of Chaos in this game, who is the final boss, or no, not the final. Amon is the Sinistral of Chaos. Eos is the final boss, is the Sinistral of Terror. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about that. As for Cat having those spells she can't use, or Urshin in Breath of Fire 4. That I can kind of forgive a little more readily, though, just for storyline reasons, as far as who Urshin really is. Really got through the lighting platform room without any moves. The dud. sell. I have Udu Adud. I think I'm getting past that poem. So that's it. That mind ring I don't think I have ever found until my first speedrun. Puzzle that trips a lot of people up casually because you need to know you can place block that it counts to line up the blocks diagonally. Hey, backslash, let's look. Yeah, the puzzles in this game are I think are pretty fair too. There's a few exceptions here and there as far as some that are a little on the obtuse side. Like really the one I just got through, because again, the game doesn't tell you that it counts to line up the colors diagonally, and you have to do that to solve 2 out of the 3 of them. And there's the world's most difficult trick, which is a really complicated sliding block puzzle where the fastest solution for it is like 116 moves, but that's optional. You don't have to do it in order to beat the game. So I can forgive that being extremely hard, but it's a side quest. I'll be saying hi to the world's most difficult trick in about maybe 3 hours or so, but don't actually have to solve it. Get some really nice armor for doing the world's most difficult trick. Maxim dying there sucks as far as losing IP. Not poisoned anymore, at least. He gets enough back in this fight to be able to use Glacial Blast in the priority fight. Shoutouts to these clowns too, having the opposite weakness of what you'd think based on their colors. Say Road Tugsvart. Not sure to pronounce that. But... Oh, nice. Pop Druids, yeah. That's something I just really kind of... I love is just a thing with retro gaming nowadays, is quality of life patches for older games that haven't aged well. Full IP. Yeah, I guess that is fair. I wouldn't really, like, for that game, I would not really say that that makes it easier so much as just that it makes it less grindy. The bosses are still going to be hard. It's not going to have to grind random battles as much in order to realistically win. It's bound for the kill there or whatever. Nice, Santo, yeah. Hopefully that increases your movement speed too. That's another kind of issue with really old console RPGs like that, is just that you walk very slowly. Checking situation is just a free turn. Pretty rough clowns, but apparently they were even worse in my PB. Yeah, that was the first time I've had 2 of the 4 clown fights go kind of badly. Ironically, they were both Pierre. Danielle was a lot more cooperative. Oh yeah, ransoming. Yeah, I forgot about that. Kind of like how Illusion of Gaia censors slaves to laborers. It also has some inconsistently censored references to cannibalism at one point, too. Hey, some dude, welcome in. It's popping in and out of Gordovan so that we can warp there later. Rayu Power, welcome in. Only if they, well, I'm about to say only if they can fly, but they do, all chocobos do have wings. If they can't actually fly. Hook across to the stationary. I mean, I could definitely say that there's some pretty jerky chocobos throughout the Final Fantasy series, like the like Taio, the unbeatable black chocobo in the Gold Saucer in FF7. Yes, Medusa heads float, and therefore they count as birds for purposes of the first rule of video games, as do bats. This is one of the puzzle rooms that's actually different in the US version compared to the Japanese version. I want to say because the Japanese version of that puzzle has a cross in it, which got censored out. The puzzle involves putting stuff into the shape of a cross. Might be a minor gold if Gades uses Destructo Wave on the first turn. Yeah, spoilers, this fight is unwinnable at the levels I'm at. Second turn Destructo. That's also why I don't really care about getting poisoned by Tarantula that much, too, because the fact that I have to die to Gades here gets rid of the poison. Yeah, yeah. The banana smuggling ring in Final Fantasy Legend 2 is pretty epic. Anyone's disappointed at the hype Sinistral boss theme getting cut short, don't worry, we'll be hearing it again soon enough. Hey, Zeal! Thank you very much for the raid. How did the Final Fantasy X Grindorama go today? Can't say I've ever fully maxed out the sphere grid in any playthrough of FF10 that I've done, but kind of curious now just how long it actually takes if you're following kind of a optimized route for it. Oh, we were doing Blitzball too. Nice. I had fun with Blitzball when I played FF10 as far as making a an unbeatable team. Just welcome in everybody from Zeal's stream. Maybe a quarter or so of the way through a Lufia II speedrun. Still fairly new to running this game in the grand scheme of things, but working on getting better day by day. You're gonna finish it tomorrow. Nice. Are you doing 10-2 next after that, or something else? Hey, Nitran, I think so. I've never played Crystal Chronicles. Some words. Still haven't gotten enough testing done to see if getting the trick spell at that point will actually be useful, but yeah, almost there. The main boss that I think trick could potentially be useful on is the tank, which is fun. Yeah, that lines up with what I've heard about Crystal Chronicles too, is that it's kind of primarily meant to be a co-op game. Actually need that because I got a safety high magic earlier, but having another one doesn't hurt. Main thing I need high magic for is for the ancient tower. Maxim is my healer there and doesn't have a ton of MP. It's been pretty cool to see more people getting into Tactics Ogre because of the remaster that just came out. Like, I remember playing Tactics Ogre on the PlayStation 1 a long time ago. I know it had a PSP, I think, remake too. Stinky fight. It was the wrong guy, too. I know something felt kind of off about that being a surprise attack. Something I need to figure out actually is if I get two fights on the same step there, which one is the one I need to fight. That's how the game prioritizes which fight it loads first. Pretty hefty time loss there because of that. Yeah, I mean, I could see it either going by cardinal directions or by relative to what direction Maxim is facing. He was facing up, and then I ended up getting the top fight first, which is the one I need to actually win. Where we get introduced to the chairman of the board, the car. I mean, what I remember about Tactics Ogre is that it's kind of a lot like Final Fantasy Tactics, but has a much more interesting story as far as the decisions you make mattering a lot, and to the point where you can there's like 3 different paths you can take. They're pretty different from each other as far as where the storyline goes. Nice thing I remember too is being able to train as far as having your characters fight each other in order to level up. Yeah, I was in college when I played Tactics Ogre, and I remember I did the Chaos route, and then my roommate did the Neutral route. And I think I just looked up what the law route was exactly. I think I read that for the new remake, you can jump. You can kind of you can do all 3 routes in the same playthrough by like kind of like in something like Radiant Historia, where you have like a option to rewind time and do different things. Punching through the letter the dead until the buds. I don't have to restock regains. I guess if I do, well, if I do before going to Idura's Lighthouse, it'd probably be the fastest opportunity to do that. Bridge skip there. Setting off another bomb lets me move during the animation for the bridge raising. I have no idea how to reproduce it, but there's also a wacky glitch where the bridge just starts moving and then doesn't stop. It just flies up off the screen. Wish I knew how to actually do that on command. This fight this series of fights here can be pretty trolly. We use the really cool thing in the Lufia II battle system called selective multi-targeting, where I target 3 mummies with the fireball, because that'll do just enough damage to kill all of them. If I targeted all 4 with that. Like I had a mummy's for a troll's death in my PB, but I have 2 minutes to save against my gold here. Safer fight here. Glad I did, because yeah, getting paralyzed meant if I targeted all 3 of the trolls, then they wouldn't have died. Oh, Maxim got paralyzed too. Well, this might be another death here if they kill someone. Well, I think I'm screwed. Yep. If they'd have bopped Tia instead of Salon, I would have made it. Well, another death to the trolls. Yeah, it is fitting that they're called trolls, because that's what they are. That's what they do. two character, literally every character that can get paralyzed, getting paralyzed is pretty hard to recover from, because Salon is immune because of the Pearl Brace. Not get paralyzed, but they did it to both Maxim and Tia. It's pretty hard. And here we go again. Locked into the same RNG or something. Oh, come on! Give me a break here. The only way I could have died that time was all three of them attacking Salon, and all three of them attacked Salon. At least there's a save point right before a hit, but it's not exactly a fast death if you do die to the trolls. This time, just for trying to break out of the RNG lack I'm in. Yeah, this fight is played out the exact same way 3 times in a row now. I know another way I could break the RNG is by saving in a different slot. Alright, we got us a win, finally. I could have gone for the riskier strat too, doing a 3-way fireball. Worked. But if a single character gets paralyzed, then that can become extremely good. Sigh. Controlled by the trolls. I guess let's see what the next leg of the game has in store. need to heal, by the way, too. I get a storyline heal as part of the party change coming up. Hey, TB Silverton, thanks a lot. The obligatory awkward attempt to translate Japanese honorifics into English whenever it says, "Don't call me Mr. Dakar." He clearly calls him like Dakar-sama, or Hideka-sama is what his Japanese name would be. Call me Sama. Hey, Kyle. Good evening. Hey, Kim. So we may have to do both of these fights to open the door. Should be able to skirt past this bull without having to stun it, but I blocked the wall and it got a step further. Pretty stressful. Do not want to get back attacked by those bulls, or you might actually party wipe. Safety net. So here are two. Let's get this room too. Yeah, that'd be my interpretation too, that it's a token for accessing something in cloud storage. Those are hard enough to turn. Probably have a jet helm, but I think I saw that drop out somewhere. Annoyingly random puzzle here, monster races. Sinistral boss music was. Don't do destructive wave. Perfect. Nice, alright. That made me sweat a bit when Maxim ran out of IP, but we got him. Not a totally clean ancient tower, but I guess good enough not to lose time. It was like 30 seconds or so off my gold. Yeah, and Dakar. Yeah, I mean Dakar is a lot stronger than Maxim and Guy at this point, because when new characters join your party, their level is based on the level you're expected to be at in a normal playthrough. So when a new character joins up, they're way higher level than the others. This is the case with Dakar here. Hey Sin, thank you very much for the raid, good sir. It's going alright. I had a pretty rough pretty rough time with a scripted fight with some trolls last 3 minutes a little bit ago, but aside from that, it's been going pretty well. What were you up to tonight? Some Soul Blazer or something like that? Welcome in everybody from Sinstream. I'm Poexel. Mostly run classic RPGs like this one. Still not really a great runner of Lufia II yet, but we're working on getting there. Oh, you got to see Distant Worlds, nice. Yeah, I saw Distant Worlds, gosh, probably over a decade ago at this point, in Chicago once, and it was a lot of fun. You had a good time? At the concert I went to, I know the highlight was the woman who sings the song for Final Fantasy XIV. I think Susan Calloway, I think her name is, singing Eyes on Me from Final Fantasy VIII. Also got to... I also got to see Nobuo Uematsu in person too. I didn't actually meet him or anything, but I just remember walking into the theater and just seeing Uematsu and some other people playing music in the lobby. Took a bow at the end, at various points during the concert too. Yes, I, with very few exceptions, I'll always do a casual playthrough of a game before starting to learn the speedrun for it. Like I did a casual playthrough of this game with a bug fix / retranslation patch called Fru Lufia before I started learning the speedrun, which I definitely recommend for playing this game casually nowadays. And if anyone remembers the attempts I was doing to beat the ancient cave for the first time, that was with that patch. Oh, nice. Sounds like a pretty fun time, maybe. I think I have 8 regains at this point. I don't think I actually used any in the ancient tower. It should be good to keep going. I mean, absolute worst case, I can just port back here and buy some more later. Yeah, aside from Distant Worlds, I think the only video game music concerts I've been to have been A New World, which is an offshoot of Distant Worlds, only it's chamber music instead of a full symphony. I've seen that twice, actually. At least before the pandemic started, they were just doing a lot more shows and a lot more venues than Distant Worlds because it's a smaller group. Longest cutscene in the game where we get married. Oh yeah, I've heard of video game. In fact, actually, I play percussion in a summer community band in my city, and a number of years ago we actually did a concert band arrangement of something from Video Games Live. It wasn't any games I like, which is why I can't really remember what they were, but it was still cool to play to play something that had to do with video game music. Yeah, Zelda Symphony sounds amazing. Like there's a number of older Zelda games, like the Minish Cap kind of stands out to me as one where it's got some really good music that's held back a little bit by the hardware it's on, and like some of that game actually being played by a symphony would be amazing. It's a shame, Black Tiger. Yeah, like I don't think I'd want to hear an orchestra playing like the soundtrack to Mystic Quest, for example, just because that's rock music pretty much in its entirety. And I don't think it would sound as good by an orchestra as by like a rock cover band. Hey, Shinbreaker, welcome in. Yeah. Like most music by Yuzo Koshiro, I would say would sound better by a rock style band than a symphony orchestra. Well, I guess with the exception of maybe ActRaiser, the ActRaiser soundtrack, I think it sound pretty good, symphonic. Hey, Mathai, yes, the very, very rarely seen full game Lufia II speedrun. Yeah, if anyone's not aware, this game has a built-in kind of roguelike mystery dungeon randomizer called the Ancient Cave, which is by far the most popular way to speedrun this game. It's way shorter, and just because of being a mystery dungeon, has a lot of people a lot more replayability. But I'm a lot more interested in running the full game. Yeah, when you watch runs of the Ancient Cave, that item jingle we just heard is pretty hype too, because that's the sound for Iris treasures. I'd have gotten lucky and gotten a B-Rock drop back in the Ruby Cave earlier. I could have skipped getting one here. So I still have yet to actually get the B-Rock drop in an actual run. I don't know what the odds are, but it's clearly not good. Now for a fairly scary boss because of having two characters. Glacial Blast. This is why it's very important to grab the Thunder Ring in Fountain Kingdom dungeon, because those goons are very, very nasty if they actually get attacks off. Should be dead here. Yep. Alright, nice. Really fast Hydra fight. Yeah, those goons can one-shot Salon, even max health, if they actually get an attack off. Gonna have to buy the stronger spell for Maxim for the Lions, because he doesn't have any IP. Figured just getting a really fast Hydra kill was worth it. On south of the castle instead of west. Now we've got a real party again. My love is my sword. I would stay away from thoughts like that. Best conversations in the game. Yeah, Salon always has a wand in her hand, even though most of the weapons that she can equip are actually swords. Yeah, I don't think there really aren't that many axe weapons in the game. Yeah, having separate sprites for all of the weapon types in the game, I think, would be a pretty tall ask for a Super Nintendo era game. I can forgive that. Tree key in a surrender. Lawn mowing there. Here is just to put the pot down like that. Hey, get cooped. Now we got old-fashioned hookshot puzzle. Not super fast, but I took my time just to make sure I didn't get into any encounters. I'm starting to get kind of past the point where I can shrug off getting into unplanned encounters. At this point, I'm generally gonna take a bunch of damage and have to heal afterwards, and risk having like Salon die and lose IP. Yeah, we fought Gades about 20 minutes ago. We don't like die. AMPK. Die this turn. Salon got the XP from the Landsworth. Yeah, in hindsight, what I should have done was when Guy got really low, I should have just done a dual heal on Guy and Salon. Definitely give Guy enough to withstand an upcut and hedge against attacking Salon. Stay at the inn twice in order to advance the story. So you want to check out the ancient cave, huh? All this talk about the ancient cave has us hungry to go spelunking now. Hey, Andy Universe, welcome in. Did you gamer? Okay. It works. It's a little more optimal for just because once we go to Narcissus, we can teleport there. I believe the sailing animation is a little quicker. This way instead of going back to Ellen and then getting on the ship again there. It'd be really nice if doing this let us skip having to watch this cutscene here, but unfortunately, we need to watch this cutscene to be able to complete the next dungeon. Hey, Born Stubborn, thanks a lot. Blanking on where the starting point is as far as when I should really be using Maxim for most of my between battle healing to conserve Salon's MP for warping. It's roughly now. Teleporters. Not want to mess around with those squid enemies. In the room with the ice ring, those can already wipe you pretty easily. Alright, so there's a skip here for this puzzle. Setting off the bomb at exactly that point lets me basically just short circuit the puzzle in that room and skip having to move some other stuff around. Oh well, not just running into the samurai in these rooms too. And hopefully Maxim has enough IP to use Fleet. Dissonance. Fleet makes it so Maxim is faster than Idora. Now I can sleep lock in with the sleep balls I bought and go town Reverick. Idle movements in between turns to see if he woke up or not. The way I can tell is if he's standing still in between turns, he's awake, and if he's bobbing up and down, he's asleep. So just lost. Well, I think. Probably lost a little bit of time because Idura woke up every turn. I had to keep using sleep balls on him along with a couple encounters on the segment too. But the Sinistrals are on the loose. Trying to spread, what is it, destruction, chaos, death, and terror. In the Japanese version, the more literal name for the Sinistrals is just Mad Gods or Evil Gods or something like that. Sinistral is definitely a juicier name if you ask me. Speaking of the ancient cave, it is go mode. We got the Dakar blade. We run the ancient cave. The Dakar blade is almost a requirement to actually be able to finish a run. Kill the final boss. Yeah, I mean, if there's anyone here that knows the ancient cave better, feel free to fill in the blanks. But yeah, to beat the jelly without the Dakar blade, I'm sure you would need other weapons that have similar IP abilities, like the old sword and 80s blade. Keep forgetting what the Gorgon Rock does. Why did that not paralyze this thing? Okay, now I need to restock and regain. That really sucks. I did my hook shot, not paralyze that. Oh, okay, so the Gorgon Rock is kind of like the old sword then. Can't use Battle Lust because of and I can't use Fleet because of Maxim died. Okay, well, you can do it next turn at least. This dude's asleep. Well, I got him now. Yeah, Idura 3 is 3,500 health, and I did, what, like almost a little over 2,000 with the Dakar Blade IP attack. Let's go through. It does somewhat over half target's max health and damage. Why am I doing that instead of just attacking, but oh well. Sadly, that's Dakar's last fight. But he definitely carries it. Yeah, definitely, this is, when I was in high school, when I first played this game, most of my friends that were into Super Nintendo RPGs had played one or both Lufia games, so it was disappointing to learn as an adult that the series is considered obscure now. That is a fair point, yeah, it's I mean, most people that know about this game like it, I would say. Problem is just, it's not as well known as, like, say, like Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, Phantasy Star 4. Yeah, the first game is a lot more like a old school Dragon Quest game. It's just a lot kind of slower paced and grindier. I have a soft spot for it, but it's a game but Lufia 1 is a game I just honestly have a hard time recommending to other people because unless I specifically know that they're okay with a game like that. Hey Lisa, thank you very much for the raid. Stream, what are you up to tonight? And everybody from Lisa's stream. A speedrun of the rarely seen non-ancient cave content in the ahead of myself. So. And because of how long this cutscene is, we do get to hear a full loop of like. Yeah, Final Fantasy IV is the worst offender as far as kind of how much the North American version was stripped down. And it's ironic too because I think the original Japanese version is easier if you know what you're doing with the stuff that got removed for the North American version. I guess the next time I warp to buy some more reeds. Yes. Yeah, Lufia equivalent to. Hey, you yourself a good night, Normakin. Stopping by. Luck with work. Hammer time. Really more of a morning star than a hammer, if you ask me. Well, yeah, I mean, even though I'm a little behind right now, I want to say these splits I'm against have about an 8-minute time save on, it's North Tower. It's still a ways off, but I know I had a pretty bad death to ninjas and, North Tower. So if I do not die to ninjas in the North Tower, then we'll save a lot of time. Awful. Need more practice here. just know. 1 HP. Means we need. Alright, first try. Play Snake. Hey, Mick Jagger. Always makes me happy to your love for this game. The sprite work on that door. Third and final boss that we're gonna be utilizing with sleep balls. This one I don't even have to buff Maxim speed for. Kind of a wimpy hit from the guy, so I have to fireball to make up the damage. I should be doing 500 or more with each hit after getting Battle Lost at him. Think he died at all in this level up? I mean, there is RNG in this game to how your stats grow after levels, and in an unmanipulated run, I know there's a few situations where that can actually matter. Maybe a guy just did very badly with strength gains throughout the run or something. any story triggers here that are easy to pick up. The game is trolling us here by playing the sleep jingle. We do not actually get healed by this cutscene. I think this is the end of where I need to be really sensitive to how much MP Salon has. Heal tile in the next. What a dungeon it is, dude. Dankirk Cave is one of the longest dungeons in the game. The hard rooms too. Giving this game a playthrough, highly approved. Nice of the flower to stand on that switch for him. Hammer doesn't cut it, you have to specifically have to use bombs here. I forgot anything yet. Got the bridge switch and still switch. Hey, pixels? Yeah, it's kinda right. It's with you, is it? That'll eventually give Artie sleep results. For a normal length dungeon, we'd be almost done at this point, but we're less than halfway through it. I want to say yes. I mean, I could be wrong, but at least as far as the dungeon that has the most required stuff that you have to do to finish it, I would say it probably is. Like the Shrine of Vengeance is pretty big too, but that has a lot of optional areas that you don't actually have to go to. Get a preemptive if I go when the shadow is in that spot. This is where Lexus becomes our main damage dealer thanks to having an AoE weapon. And using the Undead Ring to give him holy elemental properties. Yeah, it's the Undead Ring that it's your attack's holy element. We snagged that in the Treasure Sword Shrine after Salon joined the party, and we make very heavy use of it all throughout the run, just because there's a lot of bosses that are weak to holy. Puzzle, but not have to push a block that far around. It's certainly possible to get through this room with no fights, but it's really, really hard. There's a lot of luck. Just getting through with one fight is pretty good. That. It's like there's 3 screens in this dungeon where they have an assassin in front of you and then a draconian that tries to sneak up on you like that. It's so, Dunkirk dungeon is long and difficult, but the boss, fortunately, not so much. Guy has enough IP to use his weapon skill. I can burn. I lost time there for only getting a one fight Shadow Bridge room. Magical Wife Salon. I'm not even really sure what Figoru is supposed to be a translation of. Some kind of engineering tool that roughly translates to Figoru, would be my best guess. Yeah, it's part of the charm, but at the same time, when I recommend this game to people, I recommend using a bug fix / retranslation patch. Some of the glitches in this game are bad and will kind of hurt your casual experience too. Like a pretty major graphical glitch that we'll be seeing in maybe like 40 minutes or so from now. The Dual Blade Shrine. Alright, so this is the split where I've got a boatload of time to save if I don't die to Ninja again. Yeah, Breath of Fire 2 is just another level as far as terrible English localization. Kind of hard to compete with having like a really major story antagonist whose name is translated differently depending on whether it's cutscenes or in battle. Alright, his first ninja dodged. Alright, we did not die to ninjas. We're still gonna save a boatload of time now. Yeah, the Lava Shell fights in Chrono Trigger it's a true boss rush because you're refighting a lot of the major story bosses. It's definitely that's different than FF6's final boss rush where it's new bosses instead of refights. Yes, not dying is pretty hype. But yeah, this tower was just so bad in my PB. I failed all 3 of the ninja skips, and then I finally died to the 3rd one. Hey. Now that that's out of the way, I'm kind of struggling to remember where like major time saves are in the rest of the run. Like I'm up against a pretty good gargoyle split, at least by my standards. The 7 seconds up gold. And that gold is certainly improvable by just getting better at the sliding block puzzles in the dungeon. No, I'm not planning to do anything special for Thanksgiving or Black Friday this year since I'm going to be out of town for part of the weekend and have a ton of time off work. I'm planning to stream next Sunday though, most likely with this. Oh yeah, this was another derp in my, I think it was that last run, actually, where I forgot to go to, Agurio at this point. It's not a huge time loss, because going to the next town that I'm supposed to go to after this just means I can warp there, but it still meant some amount of backtracking that I didn't need. You're probably talking about Lufia 1, where you fight the Sinistrals at the very start of the game. This game ends with fighting the 4 Sinistrals back to back. Should stop at a church to cure Guy. I don't have the extra text from taking poison damage throughout the game. Yeah, it's a really cool way to start a game, if you ask me, as far as giving you just a little bit of a taste of what you can do at the end game with end game levels and equipment and the kind of ginormous bosses you'll be fighting. Yeah, I guess there's also the end to Final Fantasy 1 where you refight the 4 fiends, not really back to back, but at the end of each floor of the final dungeon. To take the ship, actually. Just need to do less pause cancels. getting a fight there for sure. Alright, time to cross fingers on getting good luck on this fight, because I'm relying on terror balls here, which have a 50-50 chance to kill these robots. Hopefully I get at least one of them down before they attack. His dying is not great because he's faster than the gargoyles. This focus fire is real. I need to kill one now. Okay, this is probably heading for a wipe now. Yep, just couldn't. Game didn't want to let me through. There was really nothing I could have done differently there. Didn't get the terror ball hits when I needed them. Now that's disappointing. Would have been a nice gold too if tried it. Also very unfortunate too that there are no save points in this dungeon. Fairly short. It wasn't just the terror balls missing too, it was the fact that the gargoyles were just focusing down characters one after the other too. They spread out the damage better, I could have recovered with At least this is giving me some more practice on the slider puzzles in this place. All right, take two. My RNG locked again. Yep, alright, yeah, it's playing out the exact same way. I guess if this happens again, I need to like save in a different slot to receive my RNG. Not trying to revive Lexus broke me out of the lock at least. 5 Lexus because he's waiting after this fight. Yep. Every failed attempt on the gargoyles is about 2 minutes. And the odds of dying are not super high with the setup I'm using, where both Maxim and Lexus are faster. As long as, I mean, I get 2 50-50 chances to kill one of them before they attack, which kind of swings the odds in my favor a fair bit. But if I fail both of those coin flips, then it starts to get real sketchy. Arty, jumped up. I'd say Dakar is my favorite character, both for battle and story reasons. Now we're entering into the part of the game that I was doing some save state testing and practice with earlier today, so hopefully that pays some dividends. Starting with this teleporter maze. It's a hookshot maze. That would wag the dog. Definitely open up some neat, some opportunities for neat continuity with Lufia 1. Hey, Kaylor, come on. Come to the right place. This is my main speed project right now. My long-term ambition is to submit this to next year's RPG limit break and possibly Summer Games done quick as well. And get a nice PB. I don't purely speedrun just for marathons. I do like good PBs as well. No, I haven't speedrun Secret of Evermore yet. Maybe someday. I mean, it's admittedly not a game that I have massive amounts of nostalgia for. I mean, I played it as a kid, but like it a ton. If you use major glitches, I know it's an extremely short speedrun to like barely over an hour. Yeah, like I want to say the record for Secret of Evermore 80% is maybe somewhere around like an hour 15. It is such a busted game. You can underflow your attack power via the Atlas spell so that all of your attacks do 999 damage, and then there's lots of major skips too. Oh, nice, Humda. Hey, Conan. Run's going okay. I've had two or three deaths so far, I think. I died once or twice to the trolls, and then the death in the gargoyles too, but I did not die to ninjas in a couple towers ago, which saves a lot of time. 8 minutes specifically. Definitely on pace for a PB. Yep, PV pace for sure. Ah, it would suck if they teleported to you. Spreading the suffering around. Almost out of magic too, because of the pills, but got some safety high magics to use if need be. Is my PB the run where I forgot to get this key and had to come back for it? I think it might be. Oh, you gotta stick with me. kind of a tight enemy dodge coming up in part of the temple. Get it all the way right. Perfect. Pretty easy to get blocked into the secret room by that Dullahan enemy. Yeah, there's a whole basement area in this dungeon that we skip in the speedrun because there's nothing required down there. But in my last casual playthrough, I made numerous trips down there to get dragon eggs. I get to fight the obligatory undead boss. And we get a free turn. That hopefully should be the only turn we need. Yeah, the puzzles in this game I think are all very fair too. There's a few that can be kind of a little obtuse, but I mean almost all of them have pretty good in-game hints as far as kind of what the rules for the puzzle and the goal are. So we got a bunch of visiting towns and buying and selling stuff coming up here that I'm still working on trying to optimize a little better. It's gonna do the traditional route right now. Yeah, the puzzle rooms in the dungeon are very heavily inspired by Zelda, if you ask me. Oh, right. Yeah, the fire arrow puzzle is rough. Bring the spots to get out of the sub. Some of these towns I'm visiting early before the story actually requires me to go there, but there's nothing stopping you from doing so, and there's very good stuff at the shops in some of these towns. Learned the hard way last time too that you do not want to step on the wrong switch in that room or else it locks the door to get out. Almost got through without a fight. That's pretty sad when I can casually stroll out of here. Mosh pit here. Alright, not bad. 2 total fights in the mosh pit room. Yeah, that was a mimic, which I have a pretty sordid history of just walking right into. Ow. Alright, well, oh yeah, I've got 5 minutes to save on my gold on this split. Yeah. Yeah, maybe this was the PB where I forgot to buy the dragon teeth and then had to leave and come back into this tower, or just some other just really major routing screw, or maybe also the one where I learned the hard way about locking the door on the first floor by stepping on the wrong switch. Alright, so I'm supposed to check if Salon goes before Maxim on this fight. Oops. Yeah, I was not supposed to. I was supposed to swap Guy and Artie, not Guy. Let's just restart that since I saved. Any single character is as good as another. It's just to save time during text boxes that have Maxim's name only one letter. That's a shame. That would have been a gold if I hadn't up there. Oh well, time to save next time. The costliest death in the world. That's what I'm supposed to do. So Artie being in the front row means that he does enough damage with the Dragon Tooth to force the dragons to heal themselves, and then they just die before the turn ends. Salon is faster than still gained 4 minutes despite death. Easily got about a minute and a half to save on that split just off of the bus. Quick safety save in case I wipe to a random encounter in this dungeon, as I've done a couple times. Ensures that I don't have to redo the white dragons. The overworld encounters in this island are very scary. this thing right here can just kill me completely. Oops. Yeah, definitely strong fit. Like the fact that the track begins with symbols. Alright, now we get this really puzzle here. Can't waste a single movement or else. Speaking of childhood trauma, though, time to say hi and bye to the world's most difficult trick. I think the fastest possible solution for the world's most difficult trick is 116 moves. Let's just it. I think I've got pretty good IP on my whole party, so I'll be able to use the good strats for the fire dragon. Yeah, that'll be. I mean, yeah, I will look into it as far as an incentive to do the world's most difficult trick, but I'd really want to try to be able to do it without notes, which is going to be hard with how long it is. Doing this makes it so the dragon's bite can't one-shot all of anyone. Might still be able to one-shot like Salon, but normally it can one-shot anybody. Hey, Dark Slash, thank you very much for the raid. Cat Jam, indeed. My fight in this game is Cat Jam. Everybody from the Dark Slash's stream. Lufia II main game speedrun. Familiar with Neverhood, I'm guessing that's just another game. Alright, good, that was a pretty good fight. Yeah. Another Super Nintendo era game that has a lot of focus on puzzles too is Brain Lord, which I still need to finish, and it's been 3 years since I last worked on my casual playthrough a bit, so I come back to it. I need to watch some of my videos to remember what I did at this point. Let's just stay at the end just because Salon's super low on MP. Yeah, Brain Lord's more of an action RPG than a turn-based one like this game. Yes, I played Robotrek. It's by Quintet, the makers of like Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia, Actraiser, and so forth. It's a pretty fun little game. Yeah, Illusion of Gaia was one of my first speed games. Back in 2011 was when I first started running it. I came back to it in 2016 because it got into Summer Games Done Quick that year, but the last time I actually did like serious PB attempts on it. It's a game that I've just had a very, very rough time motivating myself to actually like do a PB grind on, because it's a run that has very, very little downtime in it because of how technical the movement is with the double tap dashing, and I just found I had a very, very hard time focusing enough on the game to do my best at it while streaming, and it's long enough that I wouldn't really want to do offline runs of it. Maybe someday I'll come back to it, though. Just for some casual runs, even if not a real grind. bug for Guy not having IP. Your obligatory undead boss. Not having a good IP on Guy or Salon hurts for sure. Alright, go Salon. Go confused Salon. That is a 2-turn boss, I believe, if you have enough IP to just spam your percentage-based healing abilities. I guess I kind of owe the slowness of that fight to the fire dragon as far as how fast that went, and I didn't recharge a lot of IP with Maxim or Guy. So we're coming up on one of the big reasons why I recommend using a bug fix retranslation patch if you play this game casually nowadays in the Dual Blade Shrine. Because there were some issues with the localization of this game. Bit lightly. Have a good night, Roaster. Just stopping by. Because the Dual Blade Shrine is pretty glitched out in the game. They did fix it for the European version, but the US version is pretty broken. Yeah, if only Drowsy worked as well in fights as it does in cutscenes. It did work decently well against Regal Goblin in this run, though. Yeah, the pew pew sound effects for Doom Island firing its lasers. Special. And then the glitchy goodness of the US version of Lufia II keeps on coming. They think that we're going to Grazi Kingdom, but we're going to '3y Kingdom. And if you save your game in '3y Kingdom, that's what it says in your save file too. Saying shortly, because I had a pretty important safety save here, since you can die very easily to the encounters here. Literally the same soldiers we fought at Dankirk Cave. These gold golems can just die if you get a bad encounter with them. Go out of bounds to get this key. Allowed and no major glitches, because it's not really skipping that much of this dungeon. It's like 2 or 3 minutes. Pretty sad puzzle. Really. Just go around in a circle and you win. Now for the real boss. Soldiers. Some of the best sprite work on the Super Nintendo, if you ask me, between the eyes in the front of the tank and then the Burger King that's piloting it. Yeah. I wish I could say this has been deathless so far. It's not. I've died like 3 times, but slowly but surely getting better at this run. This is some bad news, though. This is actually the last time we hear this boss theme. Hearing a lot of the Sinistral boss theme afterwards. With how fast the castle starts exploding, I like to imagine that the self-destruct switch is like where you'd find a garage door opener in a normal house, as far as just how fast it's able to hit it. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, if you fight the Egg Dragon, which is the game's other super boss, besides the Ancient Cave Jelly, it does use the normal boss theme. There's some kind of 100% category that requires getting all the capsule monsters and fully evolving them. It's not something I have any interest in doing myself, but I always think it's cool to have something like just somebody to make an optimized route for a completionist type category for a game like this. Shields have a really nice attack power buff, IP. Yeah, the Camu armor is it's nice because it gives attack power boosts, and I want to say it's some kind of status protection too around there, or is why they route the Camu armor for pretty much the whole run. Yeah, I want to say it gives Guy some resistance to some status condition along with the stat boosts. Yeah, this game is unfortunately not great about telling you what some of the equipment does as far as status and elemental properties. Yeah. Does that mean there's 2 Sinistrals in one of the towers? Buddy cop style? There's 2 fort-required fights in each of these towers, and they're all with pretty dangerous enemies, but you can force preemptives on all of them and realizes them. Yeah, Cabu is a huge jerk. To me in this run by spamming Buster Attack. Later save from apostrophe 3Y Kingdom. Still have no IP. Okay, yeah, this fight is pretty much just, if I have IP to use Berserker, do so, otherwise it's just building IP to use on Ammon. little on the slow side because I didn't get Berserker off. So let's save some time here. They censored this in the actual game, but not in the cutscene at least. It's the divine armor in the cutscene, and then the pearl armor in the menu system. I've got enough money now to be able to just flat out buy something we're meant to be able to play games at the casino to win, which is the some armor for Salon. And even though it's a significant downgrade in defense power, it also gives full status protection to everything except instant death. It's gonna be nice starting with the next boss. Oh, no. Get to pick up the girl. Yes. Yeah, if I actually get an old sword drop, I'd give it to Guy, because Maxim needs to rock the silver sword because of how much damage Holy Energy does to Sinistrals, but yeah, if I get an old sword, I'd want to give that to Guy. It's the leeches that can drop it. Hey, Purple Mario, thank you. Yeah, I'm still pretty wet behind the ears with running this game, but we're slowly but surely getting better. Hope the EQ8 3DS runs have been going well. I've a few of those here and there. If any of those enemies I'm having to fight actually got turns, it would be pretty scary, but since I can force preemptives, they're cool. I did not forget the girl. Doesn't look like I did in my PB either, though. the attack we want to see, so it's got the fastest animation. Nice. Really clean Ammon fight. That's why, I mean, Ammon is a bit more dangerous than Gades, which is why the idea is just to try to build IP on while you're fighting Gades and then use it on Ammon. Because that's what happens if you have a lot of IP to use on Ammon. Probably debatable if it's actually worth warping back here versus just getting in the airship and flying. Find that out. Towers have some pretty funky geometry as far as they actually decorate. I think this is supposed to be code actually. Hey, blind up firing suit. If I get a storyline heal before going to Doom Island, I guess we'll out. I really need to prioritize killing the liches. There's 3 here. That could have been bad. That actually killed somebody. Alright, final save point in the game. Couple minutes of cutscenes before we head to Doom Island, the final dungeon. Current record I think is a little, for this category, is a bit under 4 hours. For no major glitches with RNG manipulation, it's about 3.5 hours, I think. Actually, a bit closer to 320. Triumphant return of Dakar. Sadly, doesn't come with us to Doom Island for reasons. Even though he single-handedly kills all of these monsters. Yeah, Dakar doesn't want us to have too easy of a time with the Sinistrals, just to earn our victory. Yes, we do get storyline healed. Good to know. As a whole, I would say that I like the soundtrack to this game better, but Lufia 1 has some really good ones too. Like, I do like the Lufia 1 arrangement of the Doom Island theme. It's got a very different vibe to it than in this game. And the final boss theme is so good too. Well, for starters, that Lufia 1 actually has a final boss theme, which this game does not. But like overall, like I think this game does like dungeon and town music and stuff a bit better than the first game. I think the overworld theme in Lufia 1 is really good too. It's got kind of a moodier flavor to it than the first game. Okay. Maxim. I have to improv now. What's with these single target attacks? That is what I'm used to this guy doing. That's more like it. Okay, well that was a screwy Louis fight. First time he's ever killed somebody since I've been using this route. So I've still got 2 miracles, so I can just go straight into Irem. I don't need any safety miracles. Nice bit, because the Silver Sword is Holy Element, which all the Sinistrals are weak against. Ends up being way more effective than the Dual Blade, sadly, despite the Dual Blade being the focus of the story. Hey, Salon lived. It's time that's ever happened. It's right, actually. Salon's the only character that doesn't have instant death protection. Gordon's devastation wave can do instant death. Now she's dead. Probably just go ham at this point, but I really don't want to risk a death. Doesn't kill. To dead. The Salon lived through the first turn, but then the guy died somehow. I don't know how big of a deal missing experience off the Sinistrals is for characters yet. Guy doesn't take himself out in this turn. Definitely would have if I would healed. Right. Yeah, this is the final boss, even though we get a ton of experience off of it, but there's a little bit more to do before the end of the run. Most importantly, some really, really hype music to go with it. Little hoochies. That is when we break the stone. Hey! Nice 12.5-minute improvement, almost a sub 440 too. That's only 3 seconds slower than my glitched 100% Chrono Trigger PB too. I recognize that time. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. Little by little, we're getting there. So, start of the run was okay. Had a pretty decent catfish fight. I only had to heal once or twice, I think. Got very lucky with the sleeps on Regal Goblin. Camus was very slow. He was spamming Buster Attack and Call Companions. I need to look. I guess I need to test that fight a bit more and see how risky it actually is to attack with Maxim instead of healing after Buster Attack. Like if that's just opening the possibility of him killing somebody, or if I can withstand like 1 or 2 of those without falling too far behind on health. Let's see, Tarantula was okay. Wasn't like perfect, but I remember I got 2 blaze attacks off with Guy. Got trolled twice by Pierre on both fights with him. So there's definitely time to save there. Yeah, the cave bridge was kind of bad. That one I need to try to figure out how the game prioritizes if you're standing next to 2 monsters on the same tile, which fight you get first. Because I ended up running away from the fight I needed to take. Yeah, and then I died twice to the trolls. And that was pretty much just bad luck, although I mean, the fact that I got the same pattern the second time tells me that, yeah, if I die and reload pretty much anywhere, I should save in a different file to change my RNG seed so that I don't just get the same results again. Ancient Tower was okay. We're getting some fights, but horrible happened. Pretty good Idura 1. Got to use 2 Glacial Blasts with Maxim. Not sure what happened on the next 2 splits. Probably just need to get better at the movement more than anything, because the lion split is the one that has the hookshot waves on it. It takes some practice to do fast. Then, yeah, and then I think I struggled a little with Idura 3 because of not having enough IP going in or something. Thanks, Team Arctic. Yeah, they wait a long time to bring Tia back, but they do give her a pretty important moment here. Kinda surprised I lost time on soldiers, given that I didn't get any assassin fights, and I only got 1 shadow on the long bridge, but I don't know, let's see. Yeah, and then Northeast Tower was my biggest time save against my previous PB. They had an 8-minute death there from failing all 3 ninja encounter skips, and then finally dying to the 3rd one. Oh yeah, and I died once to the gargoyles. Pretty much nothing I could have done differently. The game just didn't let me win as far as my as far as both my success rate with the with terror balls and then the gargoyles focusing down characters one at a time. The champion healing didn't keep up. The next two splits I just saved time on from practice recently. Oh, glad to hear that, GR Bundren. My pleasure. Let's see. Used a one-turn kill attempt on Venge Ghost that worked out. Like, as far as I know, the only real thing that can gum that up is if Venge Ghost uses Thunder and then does enough damage to kill Salon, which I don't believe is guaranteed, even if he does it. Oh, and then I had to retry White Dragons because I derped and put the wrong characters in the front row, which matters for the amount of damage you do with Dragon Teeth. You need to do enough damage with Artie's Dragon Tooth to make them heal themselves instead of kill you. Let's see, yeah, I had a pretty fast Fire Dragon, but the trade-off for that is that I had really bad IP coming out of it, which then I lost time to the Ghost ship because of, I think Maxim and Salon not having enough IP to go ham with their curing abilities on the boss. The tank, I know tank segment still needs some work, because that's one where I want to do some testing to see if using the trick spell with Maxim and or Salon would speed up that fight. Yes, just got a 12-minute and 40-second PB at this run. No, my first goal, I guess, for Lufia II would probably be sub 430, and just keep going after that and try to push it closer to 4 hours. I want to say once we're getting into like the 420s or so, that's when you really start needing to get some good luck and execution where it matters to save the time. And need to cut a couple safeties out of the route too. I feel like the last safety I'm willing to give up is the Witch Ring for Camu and Tarantula, as far as staying Tia's healing. Not familiar with this game? Well, it's a Super Nintendo turn-based RPG, but it kind of pulls some elements from other games too. Like it has a bunch of puzzle rooms in the dungeons that are kind of like a Zelda game, like Link to the Past. And then the way fights work in most of the game is kind of like Chrono Trigger too, where you see enemies on the overworld and you can avoid or stun them instead of fighting if you want. And there's a capsule monster system that's a little like Pokemon. It has a built-in randomizer too called the Ancient Cave, which is actually way more popular than the base game for speedruns. Yeah, if you like Final Fantasy and Chrono Trigger, I would absolutely recommend playing this game. Consider it one of the best Super Nintendo RPGs. So back to the recap. Yeah, I think I saved time on the final towers from remembering where to go a little better. My Gades 3 fight was a little on the slow side because of bad IP going into it, but cleaned Ammon's clock pretty thoroughly. And I had kind of a little bit of a rough time with Ammon too on Doom Island. He killed Guy unexpectedly, and that made me have to abandon my fight script and improv it. Aram was kind of a little bit of a troll to killed a guy with Dark Fry at one point, and I did last turn. But I mean, I could have finished her off a turn sooner if I'd have just left guy dead. But I don't know that would cause problems on Deus. And Deus went fine. I know I had to sacrifice like half of a turn, I think, to make sure Guy had enough health to survive hitting himself through Dark Reflector, but went fine aside from that. And yeah, so let's see, how much time did I lose to like deaths and resets again? So yeah, I lost 3 minutes to the trolls. 2 to the gargoyles, and then maybe like 1.5 to white dragons. About between 6 and 7 minutes, I'd say, lost to deaths and resets. So yeah, so this would have been more like a 4:35 or so if it was full segment. Yeah, T Murdoch, it's a really, really nice hook at the end. But yeah, I'm still working on offline practice as I have time, and glad to see that it's paying some dividends as far as having a better end game than in the past. And should definitely be able, just with more practice, I feel like I should be able to fairly comfortably get around 4.5 hours, pretty much regardless of what happens with RNG. No, I wasn't able to catch any of the DQ4 stuff because the other marathon was going on at the same time. I've seen the DQ4 community race a couple times in the past too. Wait a little bit longer to get our final stats, and then we will stream. Alright, so then we get our final stats. Alright, yes, please go pass out and feel better soon, Emily. Hope you have yourself a nice Thanksgiving as well. Likewise to everybody else in the United States. Yeah, I should be back next Sunday with another run of this. Yeah, so as far as our stats, this is the number of times each character died in battle. As should be the case, nobody puts the Dakar in a corner. Salon usually has the most deaths because of being squishy. We get our final in-game time, which isn't used for timing speedruns because it pauses whenever you're in the menu. Not a totally accurate prediction of your run, but the main stats of interest here are well, I mean your in-game time is kind of a nice barometer as far as just how fast your menuing is. The closer it is to your final RTA time, assuming you didn't reset or die, means the better your menus were. Number of escapes is the number of times you ran away from a fight. A really, really, really clean run would have escapes in the teens. So in 49, I know I think that's a PB as far as number of escapes. Like I think my last run was something in like the 60s or 70s. And then we've we've got Ancient Cave, which we didn't touch, but if you actually did play the Ancient Cave as part of your playthrough, you would get stats on that here.